Greetings, folks. Coin here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those three things. Welcome back to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Last time, we proceeded to start with Operation Cleanup Caelid. We are on part 2 of that process. Last time, we pretty much cleaned up most of Caelid, with some exceptions. We mainly just have the stuff dotting the landscape up this way and that way. And then we have anything we have to clean up from either Liurnia or Limgrave. Either one of those. Then we can go through Altus Plateau. We can finally start that. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing alright. I apologize for the lack of webcam, but I'm not feeling up to getting, formally dressed right now. Don't worry, I'm not naked. I'm in sweats and a t-shirt, and, I want to stream, but you guys deserve better than that out of me, so I'm not gonna show my face. Sorry. I think the very last thing we were doing is killing a boss. We were killing a pair of beastmen from Farum Azula, and we got our butts handed to us like 4 or 5 times. I hope to remedy that today after like a 2 weeks worth of rest and a lot of time spent away. We have Starlight. That's right. I don't need to use a lamp. I've got a built-in one with my spells. Yeah, it certainly has been a while. We're just gonna run past you lots and get hit for a whole bunch of damage. Unfortunately. On this way. In quickly. Alright. Go ahead and cast this again. So, I believe we have a knife thrower and a sword user in here, like a great sword user. We gotta get the knife thrower first. We're not gonna be able to do very much until we get rid of the knife thrower. That guy back there is our knife thrower. We want our summons to take care of the great swordsman. Is that a great sword? I feel like it's just a normal sword. To be very, very careful. Jeez. We are already not off to a particularly good start, are we? Oh, and I was right. They were a great sword user. What I mainly am trying to do is just keep that guy dancing and moving. Like, the great sword user is going to take out a bunch of our guys eventually. But thankfully we do have 2 in here. Alright, alright. See, with better target priority, we can totally get rid of this guy. Alright, come on. Oh, thankfully running around does take care of, like, a bunch... Sorry, I'm having such difficulty trying to do this. Running around does... Jeez. Wow. You know, I thought he was stabbing into the terrain, but apparently he was stabbing into us. I'm not particularly sure. I've had the most success using the demi-human ashes in a number of my fights through these guys. This isn't my first time. However, ERR is really making me rethink whether a Spirit Ash is useful. Well, it is useful. It'll keep the aggro off of our back. But, just jump down through here. If you have some courage, I have to remember to hook a right there. If you have some courage, you could find some pretty quick shortcuts or pathways to bosses you'd like to refight. We're gonna try Lutel again. I don't particularly think Lutel is going to keep this thing's attention for long, but I'm gonna try anyway. Oh, you're attacking the wrong guy, Lutel. Yeah, that didn't last long. Lutel attacked the wrong guy. I gotta be targeting the Great Sword user when I summon, or I'm not gonna go anywhere. Lutel seemed to do an okay job. A lot of moving around. Maybe it nets out to be about the same, really. The thing is, if you don't target the Great Sword user, or, I'm sorry, if you don't take out the throwing knife guy, the Beastman ahead of time, or you don't target him first, he's just gonna, like, pick you off. Hurl random knives at you, and we'd have to use a shield. Like, that's the thing, right? Is that if we use a shield, it's okay. But we don't want to do that if we don't have to. We would rather have as much power as we can. Alright, let's walk through this. I always feel like I'm gonna get nipped in the back. Alright, Lutel. Yeah, you're gonna attack the other guy. Alright, you know what? I'll take on the Great Sword user. Why not? Maybe it pans out better that way. Yeah, the clergyman can attack for a long strings at a time. Also, Lutel is not doing such a good job. Seeing as how the Lutel has already managed to lose aggro somehow. Yeah, that didn't work. Does not work. I need Lutel to be targeting the right thing. So, I think one other thing you can do is I'm fairly sure this is fixed. I know in vanilla, you used to be able to pull these kind of one at a time. Not always. I don't think this behavior works in ERR. Curtifer does a pretty good job of patching things out, and we have a robust network of people who spot that kind of thing. And it usually gets patched out sooner rather than later. Speaking of, like, Curtifer and our community, if you want in on that Discord, I would highly recommend you type in !ERR, all lowercase. That is the wrong button to be pressing. All lowercase, !ERR will bring you to the mod page. You just flit over to the description tab. And there will be a Discord linked at the bottom. Also, we have a wiki. If you type in, I believe it's ERRW. Yes. There may or may not be the Discord on that wiki as well. Or a link to the mod page that'll serve the same function. I have also removed our command for the boss spreadsheet because the boss spreadsheet is now sufficiently out of date enough that we can't really use it for our fights. Also, there's just the matter of, okay, if one thing we can do is like get the throwing boomerang guy or the throwing knife guy to move back, we might be able to pull the great swordsman without too much effort. No, that didn't work. Yeah, you're picking a fight with Jesus. Yeah, I got hit with a random throwing knife. Are you serious right now? It doesn't even matter. Yeah, we gotta get... I don't know why Lutel wants to pick a fight with the throwing knife when Lutel sucks at it. Whatever, I guess. Try to make do. Maybe... I don't know. I think I just have to suck it up and use a shield. I need to be able to block hits, and I'm just not going to get the ability to do that if I don't. We want something with relatively decent guard stability. Yeah, we want something with exceptionally good guard stability, and the... I would say the Banished Knight's Quality Shield, but we don't have the strength for that. So we're just going to have to accept that we do less damage, and hopefully we can deflect when the time comes. I've heard some talk about the deflect mechanic being removed for Great Shields, and while I think that's a fine idea, or like severely gimped to the point it's not usable, again, I'm fine with this, but Great Shields, you have to be able to block attacks, and the boss attacks just drain way too much stamina for you to be able to do that. If you want Great Shields to have a better, more viable place as anything more than a gimmick, you gotta have better boss attack indicators. You need something that, when you use it consistently, says, hey, you know, we're not gonna... This is not a blockable attack. You need to dodge. Or this attack has to be blocked. You cannot dodge it. One of those two things has to happen. Alright, that's clearly not working, so we're going to... just do this. He said, really? Lutel, you're not even doing a good job of getting aggro now. Alright, don't use Lutel. I don't know. I'm used to just having the summons be able to take attention off one so I could deal with the other. I just don't think that's happening in ERR for whatever reason. I really don't want to leave this cave though, so if there has to be a part 3, so be it. I want to be able to not have to backtrack more than I already have to for this game. I don't want to do it a 3rd time or 4th time. I only want mandatory backtracking. All right, let's try this again. With without using Lutel this time. Yeah, you can't. I don't know. These guys hit hard. I wonder about our choice to use sorceries here. We don't really have the ability to, like, let me put it this way, for maybe those that aren't thinking about the plight of magic users in this game. Yes, we're going to hit harder than anyone who's swinging a sword, as long as we prepare the right stuff. However, we are more frail. We're fragile. We cannot handle the type of combined attention that these two bosses, or especially the Crystallians, although the Crystallians were easier than these two for some weird, ungodly reason. I don't know. I must be doing something wrong. But my point in even bringing that up is just to say, we have different trade-offs compared to compared to, you know, those who only swing swords, whose only goal is to get in close. Lutel might actually be better if you were wanting to swing a sword. Alright. Let's do it like this then. Pick them off once. Actually, the magic glint blade might be the perfect one for this. Yeah, this is perfect. Oh, yeah, we definitely don't want him to be getting the hang of the upper hand on us. All right. Now we can actually... Come here then, big guy. And if they're gonna get... They will use the same gap closer over and over and over again. Alright, this is the... That was similar to the Misbegotten attack from... Oh, jeez. Oh, thank you. God, that boss is going to be a nightmare to do hitless. Very, very much of a nightmare to do hitless. Regardless of your casting strategy. I don't know. I'll have to look at videos of whatever Couch Jockey does with his runs to form a suitable basis for what to do with mine. So, yeah, that was the Beastmen of Farum Azula 2.0, but instead of one, there were two. We got everything out of there. We no longer need to mark it. And we'll go back to the Dragon Barrow Fork. So, anyone else watch Point Crow? I watch a few of the videos. I mainly watch the VODs, actually. I don't know. The regular videos are stupid funny, but they're a little bit ludicrous for my tastes. I prefer something more, that feels a little more real, less scripted. I don't know. I'm a huge fan of watching stream VODs. And I recently watched not a let's play, but like parts of a let's play, or like parts of a mod showcase for Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, where they turn it into Dark Souls. And I thought it was absolutely just fantastic. I didn't really think you could mod I didn't really think you could mod Breath of the Wild to that much of a degree. I think is really cool. It basically like locks out teleports and makes them bound to a resource. If you die, you lose your stuff at a grave marker. It's really cool. Also, am I looking for a tree branch here, or... No, I actually think I wanted to go back and keep going off to the right. Okay. It's been 2 weeks, so I do apologize if I'm a bit off my rhythm when it comes to Elden Ring. Speaking of Elden Ring, anyone hyped for that DLC? The Shadow of the Erd Tree? Great stuff. I can't wait to see what that looks like. One of the things I really want out of Shadow of the Erd Tree is for there to actually be some answers regarding Mikola. Specifically Mikola. Why? Because it seems like there's a lot more dual aspecting as like time goes on and people, oh boy, you know, sincerely discuss the nature of Elden Ring's story and like figuring out who exactly all these gods are. A lot of people seem to really agree with the idea that they're dual aspects. So like Mikola is Saint Trina. It's not like an identity or some, like they're both different and the same all at the same time. Which is really freaking cool. But we're doing this again. I don't usually go this path, so I don't know what to make of these boulders. But getting back to our previous conversational topic, I'm looking forward to the DLC simply because I want answers about the soporific stuff in Elden Ring. I don't want it to be, oh, Fivor's cookbook. Here's this random guy. Like, good luck to you figuring anything out. Toodles. Hey there, Rasby. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. I think I went the wrong way. Yeah, I most certainly did. Do we have a spirit spring? We do in fact have one. What we're looking to do is grab an item. Here's this random guy. And me, a random guy, spawned on the chat. Technically true. Technically true, but you are no random person to me. In fact, I think you're probably one of the more profound people in my existence. Doing good? Glad to hear it. I'm doing alright. I'm a little bit to, have a question decided to ask here? Shoot. Alright, so while I'm waiting on that question, what we kind of want to do is make our way up the hill. to grab an item. I think we'll need to fall on a series of gravestones, which Elden Ring is known for. We saw that a lot in Liurnia, where we would often have to fall down sheer cliffs using nothing but like gravestone platforms. Would you be up to a discussion about God either off stream or on stream? I like discussing beliefs, and you're a reasonable person, so that would be fun. Let's see. Am I feeling up to a discussion like that on camera? Maybe not right this second, but on voice chat, forgot to mention. Oh, if it's on voice chat, definitely off stream. I'm not quite sure I'm ready to resume that quite yet. Yeah, I think off stream would be good. I definitely don't have a problem discussing that stuff. But if it involves voice, that's cool. Okay. Good to know. Gotta run. Alright then, Rasby. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And may university and your internship keep you busy, but not too bogged down. And I knew I was right to go up the hill. And here we are. The Bestial Constitution. So Bestial Constitution is actually pretty cool. It is another incantation that regenerates health. It regenerates a smaller amount of it. I believe in Elden Ring Reforged, it does something not drastically different. I think it still regenerates health, but it definitely doesn't do it at the same pace as vanilla anymore. So if we look at this, fills the body with bestial... Oh, that's not what this does at all. I'm thinking of a different spell. Fills incantation taught by Garank, the beast clergyman. Fills the body with bestial vigor, alleviating buildup of frost and blood loss. Having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold. Bongo, 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 I don't... Never mind. But that's the song that makes me think, like, people losing their wildness. Like, thanks but no thanks, civilization. I'll stay, I don't... What is it? Bongo, bongo, bongo. I don't want to leave the Congo. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, there we go. That's... Oh, what a fun song that is. We can go ahead and get rid of this. Alright, Fulgur Bloom, I need you to not be in my ears anymore. I believe that cleans up everything rather nicely. No, I take that back. We can remove this. Don't need that. We have one more tomb that we gotta check out. Oh, and this is the fun one. So here we are at the Wailing Dunes. We're gonna go ahead and make rune arcs. Let's pop one. We're gonna need it for where we're going. And what is our level up? Do we have that many runes on us? Oh yeah, we do. 104. This one should do it by itself.
Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions.
Alright, we've divested ourselves of the necessary runes. Let us set off into the wild, duny sunset of the Erd Tree. Yeah, right now it's nighttime, so we only have the glow of the Erd Tree to go by for direction, but boy, what a potent signal it is. What a potent signal it is. Oh, also we can remove this, this staff and put back on this other staff. Yeah, I don't... using a shield is nice. And, you know, if you're struggling, definitely feel free to equip shields. Don't let anyone bully you into being like, ugh, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, baby, bleh. Aw, baby need a shield? No, don't listen to them. Use a shield. They're fun. They're nice items. But the shields are only going to get you so far in this game. Just bear in mind. You're able to hide behind a shield for a good many things in this game. But if you want to make the most of your shield, you will have to learn how to deflect with it. Unless it's a great shield, in which case, don't get too used to it. It might be gone sooner than you think. I need to head up in this direction a lot further. But this tomb that I'm talking about is baked into the cliff. It's kind of hard to find. You really have to know... You kind of just have to ride the cliff's edge looking for it. And you'd think like, oh, well, this seems like such a waste. Like, surely there could be more, Hey there, Alex. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. I was just discussing, this particular tomb. This is the last place we have to go before we've cleaned up Caelid. I wouldn't say for good, but we would have cleaned it up of anything that isn't, anything that isn't cleaning up anything that is mandatory. You're good? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Speaking of you personally, Alex, I have something for you that I had been meaning to give you. I'm going to do that at the end of stream, but if you can, it may not be the biggest deal if you can't stick around. I can still give this to you, whether or not you're on stream and or, you know, on Twitch, but I do have something I want to give you. I've kind of been holding it in reserve for a little while now. I won't mention what it is more than that, but I promise it's something good. Also, while I have people here to actually talk to, I want to point out that you guys have some follower emotes now. By the way, does it ever happen to you, you want to play something but nothing in your library seems appealing? Oh my god, you've literally hit the sentiments on the head several times for me. It wasn't so bad before streaming, but now it's kind of hard for me to look at a game and not analyze its streaming potential. And like pick things out and really only play when streaming. Like, how do I word this? So like, there's some games like, don't have anything else to do today, gonna stick around till the end. Thank you, but please don't let me obligate you to doing that. But I'm trying to get back to your question. I feel like I need to find games that either aren't in my Steam library for whatever reason, or I need to play something that has just nothing to do with what I'm streaming. It's weird. Like, I don't look at the same games that I've done a project on again. I'm a little more reserved when it comes to playing games. So I do understand, to succinctly answer your question, but you and I probably have entirely different reasons for not finding anything in the library appealing. I take it that's happened to you as of either the last week or last month, where you're looking at your Steam library and you're like, I've played this like 600 times or 200 times, or I played it and didn't really like it. So, I don't feel like I've got anything in the library. While we're carrying out that conversation, here we are at the War Dead Catacombs. This is one of the more infamous catacombs in the entire game. The catacombs here are known for endlessly respawning undead creatures, spirits. Endlessly respawning spirits. So if you want to farm runes, this is where you do it. And of course, these ghosts don't make it easy. Because all the knights, all the Red Mane Knights were already kind of tough customers before becoming spirits, but now that they are spirits, they'll just teleport around and make it kind of difficult for you to fight. Drink. See, if you cast spells, they'll just teleport around. I'll read that sentence in 1 second. Of course, I think at the time that we were killing these, in vanilla they're like 15, 25k pop. They're very much worth your time. Now I think it's adjusted that because they're infinitely respawning, they don't exactly give you, you know, that many runes. But this is still a good place for mid-game farms. Alright, let me read this sentence. I was so hyped to play games I couldn't play in the old laptop, and now I'm like... And now I'm like, I'm not in the mood to play, or I don't know what to play. Well, typically I find that when that happens to me, one of the things I try to do is play something I haven't played in a long time. Like, oh, I remember this, and I remember liking it really well. Or, you know, I remember not liking it. Is it still the same now? Is it, you know, as it was when I was like 5 years younger, or 3 years younger, or 7 years younger? Do you still not like it? I try to, like, cultivate some new experience. Yeah, as you can see, magic spells, well, really just about anything is going to be kind of hard to fight in here. It gets a little bit easier once we're out of this like antechamber type area. I'll read that in 1 second. These guys take a lot of concentration to fight through effectively, and I believe we might have stragglers. Now that you're saying that, I remember I have Just Cause 4 in the Epic Games library. It's a fun game to play. Oh, I used to have things worth playing in the, I was really worried about something coming off to the right. I remember used to having things in the Epic Games library. I think the only thing that I have that I don't have in Steam is, like, Valorant. I think that might be about it. Everything else, like, not Outer Wilds, but the Outer Worlds. That used to be a game that was an Epic exclusive, and now it's on Steam. Oh, the Outer Worlds is fun. If you like, at least I hope it's still called Outer Worlds. It's a game where, also, is it just me, or does this game feel louder than it actually is? I find it difficult to think, for whatever reason. Lately, I just want to play brain dead games where you don't have to think, just have some fun. Yes, the quintessential plight of the gamer. Everyone is exasperated, exhausted, or tired. wants to find an easy game to play. You know what I find to be an easy game that fills this category? Alright, Sir Knight, are you coming forward or not? Stardew Valley. Like, yes, you have to think about your crops and how to plant them, and you have to think about the season and the events that happen in that season, but when you've played through it enough, it gets to kind of be small potatoes, and you could focus on the more hilarious things, like planning the item duplication glitch so that you can have permanent copies of Mayor Lewis's underwear. Well, boxers, but you know what I mean. And then you can have infinite fun putting Mayor Lewis's shorts into the luau or on display at the fair. But really fun stuff. But I would definitely describe Stardew Valley as, I wouldn't call it exactly brain dead, but it's easy for me to veg out to it. Yes, very interesting. The shorts are purple with red polka dots. And I would love to play Stardew Valley for you guys sometime. It is a load of fun. I'll also have to decide what kind of character is going to be up for, is going to be depicted on the screen. Because Stardew Valley has romances. You have characters that you can marry, you can have children. It's a life sim, so, depending on what I pick, it could lead to some very interesting times, some very revealing times, or a very boring generic time. Take your pick. I'm kidding. But, every character in Stardew Valley is a unique experience. Some are just more unique than others. And of course, why play the vanilla game when the mods make it just so much better? Are you guys ever going to let me in the room? Yeah, that is one of the problems with this tomb, is that since enemies respawn all the time, they just never stop pouring out. If you kill them, they come right back. We've killed the same soldiers like 2 to 3 times now, and they just keep coming. What you typically want to do is find, like, there's sometimes some clean rot knights in here, and if you fall down here, you can drag those enemies into the clean rot knights. Unfortunately, I think I've attracted the whole garrison. Oh yes. We've attracted the entire garrison, and clean rot knights are an entirely different story. I think I'm going to, you know, rot out from the inside out. Okay. I can read this while I'm, you know, slowly waiting to die. Another thing that I searched for a game that I could have played on controller, but one that's like made for controller, because when I play on keyboard here in Germany, your setup requires you to have a weird position, like you're almost leaned on your back. You have to like sit sort of straight in your chair. Yeah. We can't make boluses because we lack the amalgamate. Where is it? Where's the mildewy stuff? It's noxious extract. There's the mildewy stuff. Let's mill out 10 grave violets quickly before we rot to death. You'll go eat now? Okay. Trying to think. Jeez. Definitely gonna need that on my hotbar. Go enjoy your food, Alex. I sincerely mean that. Hopefully you have some good stuff. I think I'll be heading out I might be headed out to dinner tonight myself. Well, not in terms of, like, just eating. That's eating with more specifics, but it is still eating. You're just needing someplace other than home. Alright, big guy. Thank you. Alright, so one of the other weird gimmicks about this place is that on top of the dead knights, there are also great bow archers, you know, the great bow knights, that make things complicated for us. Because they can knock you into the pools of scarlet rot. Also, before I continue onward, this is the boss area. Is there root resin? No, there isn't. In vanilla, this used to be where a tree spirit resides. Now I think a crucible knight resides here, if my memory is correct. Again, I don't have the boss spreadsheet anymore. I'm gonna be extra careful. Really? There's no safe spots now. What the hell? That is not good. This area has gotten a lot worse. I have to just... Yeah, that's death. But, hey, remember what I said. This place is good for farming runes, and I meant that. You get a few K every time you kill something, and the easy stuff can respawn back. I think I went right past the gray stit line. I don't even think I touched it. Yeah, about the turn of events. Not the best. I'm gonna be heading out toward the beach, basically. Singularity can actually kind of be your friend here. Kind of. You have to catch the guy on the battlement, like the internal, like, ramps. You have to catch him unawares. Because if you don't... yeah, it's really out there by the coast. Gotta catch him unawares. If you don't, you're not gonna have the time to cast Singularity in here. We're not gonna bother popping a rune arc yet. There's no reason to do that. Also, before I forget, rest sight. Touch some grass and go outside. You don't want to lose touch with reality. And, you know, just interestingly, random comment. I got called a doom scroller at my tabletop group. Yesterday. Thank you. That'll make things a lot easier. And there is a limit to the Singularity's range. It is a that was close. Is that guy back up on the battlement? No, he is not. Good. I was getting to be a little worried. Yeah, that's right. You keep using your bow. It gets very loud in here, by the way. Just bear that in mind. So if you're like trying to hear yourself think, don't even bother. Thank you for your custom, but I am no longer interested. Have a nice day. Or don't. Your choice. Okay, and sometimes they'll just do themselves the favor and totally like you know, fall down the ramps and stairs for you automatically. That makes our life much easier in here. This place is a real hellhole. Let me just put it that way. This place is a real hellhole. There's hardly any room to you know, have the space to think. Have to be careful. You don't know what's coming around the corner. Speaking of not knowing what's coming around the corner, I'll be right back. So sorry about that. I might not have made it to the toilet if I hadn't done what I did. That's all I will say. Um, so, because of that little snafu, we'll take a break 30 minutes from now instead of at the normal time. That way you guys get, like, we actually have an on or off ramp for our discussions and stuff. Alright. Want the stone sling. Or we could have problems. Oh, nice. We got a codex entry for the ghost foot soldier. Speaking of like ghosts, or like codex entries, we need to make sure we're keeping up to date with our codex stuff. We have like, we're missing blessed substances, and I'm not sure we can, it would be nice if these were in, I don't know. It'd be nice if these were under a separate category, like the amalgamates and stuff, but that might not be an easy thing to do. Yeah, in fact, that's actually a great suggestion. Or at least I think it's a great suggestion. It probably ain't, but... can we make any more codex stuff? We sure can. We can make 2. That's all we need. I think we've identified most of everything that's in here, other than bosses. And maybe, like, the stone imps. Hi, big guy. Come this way. Right this way. Right this way. These guys, they're not actually foot soldiers. They're like proper soldiers. Nice, a posture break soon, or, you know, death. These guys aren't the easiest to take on, especially when they blink in and out. But thankfully, really, it's only the knights that seem to be able to do this. I think they're based on the Mausoleum Knight behavior rather than like ghostly soldiers or footmen. They just don't seem to do it as much. For whatever reason. Two can play this game. Yeah, see, they might occasionally do it, but their AI is nowhere near as prolific about using the teleports as the knights. Which is at least an interesting fact, if nothing else. I certainly appreciate it when they don't teleport around quite so much. Alright, Singularity. Did they teleport away as the Singularity completed itself? I think they did. Speaking of being completed, you know what that knight completed? How to I don't know. Complete the Baffle Coin Award. What an achievement. And you know what the reward for that achievement is? Death. Death to the person who completed it. Ah, this is the real treat. You can, if you sit back far enough away, you can just watch them fight, and they will leave me alone. All right, let's do this then. Yeah, see, you can't even guarantee that they won't teleport away. Singularity is nice in here, but you have to be intelligent with its use. Oh, and also hiding behind the walls kind of does you no good, because they just know where you are. They know exactly where you are, and you have to use the terrain to your advantage. That is nice. Oh my god. Oh, one step at a time, Coin. One step at a time. Controller, now is not a good time to be experiencing dead inputs. Thank you very much. Thank you for your business. Have a nice day. Or don't. Your choice. Show me your sword, big guy. Ah, good. Now they'll actually leave us alone. Yeah, like, fighting through this area can be fun if you've got the tools for it. It's when you don't that it's a problem. That's right, maintain your spacing. Please do this. Trust me, everyone wishes you would do this more often. Ghostly soldier. Foot soldiers, next. I would say in terms of, like, fighting everything here, if you're not here to specifically accomplish something, like you were here for the rune farm, then this place is fun. I love the hectic chaos of just everything fighting all the time. If you're trying to, like, get something done, I could most assuredly say not so much. Yeah, please do block. Continue doing that. Or don't, at your own peril. I think that was actually a blocked hit that forced a kill. Alright. More nonsense. Where are you? There you are. Oh. Yeah, don't let, like, I'm at such a huge loss for words when it comes to, does Lusat's, like, make me more vulnerable? No. I think, in fact, nothing makes me more vulnerable. I have low physical mitigation, but that's really about it. It'll be nice to, you know, start wearing some heavier armor again eventually, because we're getting, like, 2-shot with physical damage, if not outright 1-shot. But this is the reality we live in. We have these, Look, if you want to go over there, that's fine. Yeah, the spear users are kind of clever. You have to pay attention to them. Those, like... We died to a really clean stab last time. Like that one. And I believe it killed us at about the same health percentage. I'll take one of those. And these guys are usually a nuisance. At least the normal knights don't blink away when you're trying to, like, damage them. This is very annoying. Times like these, you just have to, drink. Right. Gonna make them blink. Or be absolutely... What the hell is this? Yeah. These guys are tricky. These guys are very tricky. You need, you need a different spell. If all you do is cast projectiles in a straight line, you're gonna have a bad time. Let's see how we can like change it. We don't really have any good spells we can use. Oh, you know what? I know what'll get them to change their tune. We need a night comet.
Share them with me.
No, I don't want to level up. Ambush shard plus night comet. Trying to think if there's anything else maybe worth our while. No, not really. Yeah, I think we're good. This should be everything we need. So, if you have pesky foes that you don't want to... Invisibility sorcery. Yeah, this is a good one right here. If you're like, ugh, I'm so tired of them dodging. What can I do? Well, you can try the night sorceries and see if that'll, you know, ease your situation somewhat. Do I have anything behind me? No, not particularly. As, unlike the ambush shard, I believe we're actually going to you know, toggle between the two staves. I heard something. Oh, never mind. It's just people using spears. Right about here, maybe. Just trying to, like, wait the guy out. Like I was saying, one of the nice things about night sorcery is that the AI is not scripted to dodge it. They don't see it. The only exception to this seems to be ambush shard, where it's like half and half. Typically with ambush shard, you want to use it on shielding enemies. So like when these great knights have their shields out, it works out a lot better. When they have their bows, not so much. Alright, let's actually give this a try. That is not the one I want to cast from. And yeah, you do kind of want to change it up. Although, actually, that may not be necessary. Yeah, see, these guys don't know what to do about, you know, our particular set of spells. Your spells are a toolbox, ladies and gentlemen. Your spells are a toolbox. You need to be able to, actually look through your spells and find something that's useful. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but it is doable. Also, I think we can actually afford to carry the third staff. It's the Glintblade staff. Yep, this is the one here. Also, what the heck is the deal with this? Oh, you just need higher dex. That's what it is. Okay. I was like, wait, I used to be able to use that staff before. Now I can't. That would be why. Staff of Loss. Or, you know, issues. Always issues. Not bad. Yeah, that seems to have solved the problem a little bit. Also, I get the feeling for the boss, like, with the boss in vanilla, I used to pack Night Maiden's Mist for it. Or I used to just stand there and literally channel Meteorite. I don't think that's going to work with the way the boss is now. Yeah, you'll blink after the fact, good sir, but you will not be blinking. You will not be blinking after I complete the button press. Not anymore. Here's this guy. Just beautiful. Anything? Nope, nope, not at all. I don't know how far the comet goes. Yeah, it doesn't go that far. The comets and, like, the other traditional spells tend to be more of the, like, close to mid-range. If you want, like, far-reaching spells that are kind of clunky to use... Okay. Yeah, these are going to be a tough customer. Just run. Drink. Nice. That would have been a hit anyway, even if it didn't deal any damage. Oh, having your camera turned is not good. Alright, you want to do this? Oh, it's still blocked. Well, no one said this would be easy. Come on. Yeah, they will just move. Which makes it really infuriating. Because you want, like, an AoE, and you're not gonna get it. Your spells will find no purchase against these guys. Unless you happen to catch them, like, running or something. Close. You have to be intelligent. These guys are kind of good foes to practice your spell casting on. Because you can't just... You can't bully them. You can't, You have to intelligently fight them. And you can't just overpower them with brute force until way later in the game. So if you want a good training ground, this tomb will do it for you. Nice. And if you just adjust your spell timing, it'll be a lot better for you. But you're kind of stuck with Ambush Shard. Maybe it gets easier if you use incantations. Lots of things with incantations deal damage in a circle or in a cone. You don't really get that so much with sorceries. You tend to get them in straight lines. Or in, like, really thick lines, like rays. Or sort of like a shockwave. Yeah, the things that are circles are like the Stone Digger sorceries, but those are real close, and you don't want to be fighting those guys up close. Alright, down here. See all these stone imps? There are 4. Nasty stuff, those imps. Let's not pop any rune arcs yet. Okay, we did already mark these. Good. Good. You and your fire bombs. Give it a rest. This portion's actually not too terrible. Although if you didn't kill the Great Archer that was up here, like the Night Archer, the Red Mane Knight, if you didn't kill the Ghost Red Mane Knight that was up here, he would be peppering you with great arrows through this hole. But we pulled him down with Singularity, so it's much easier for us. It's nice to have new spell tools. It would just be nicer if we had, like... I'm not asking for some way to heal, but, like... maybe more aberrant sorceries can, you know, have healing at a cost. The Clean Rot Knights don't dodge as much. Really, it's the Red Mane Knights that do it the worst. I think because the Clean Rot Knights have the scripting that lets them sidestep projectiles, they tend to prefer those for whatever reason. Although sometimes they'll dodge out of the way. It really just kind of depends on the spell. Just keeping an eye on the illusory walls. So through here are the Radon Soldier Ashes. They're a good one. They're like upgraded, they're like the Godric Soldier Ashes, but a little bit better. I believe they are capable of using elemental fire, or like the Red Mane weapon art, if my memory is correct. Anyway, let's hop through here. And pull this lever, and then we can go have fun with whatever awaits us, you know, below on the way back out. Just in the span of, like, coming in here, and dying, like, 2 times, we've already made enough to level up again, which is just... It's nuts. Yeah, the amount of runes that you get on death is just crazy. Codex or not. Just trying to be kind of careful. Thank you, but I'm not interested in the services you were peddling today. Any other... I could have sworn there was like a second fanged imp in here, but I don't think... I might be just messing things up. Oh, there is. It really is quite chaotic in here. Yeah, we've aggroed both of them now. Oh, and if he had grabbed us with that spear, it would have been game over for us. Speaking of getting grabbed... Really? What the hell? gotta keep stuff on your hotbar, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to be trying to search for it in the heat of battle. If there's anything that the War Dead Catacombs will teach you, is that you cannot, under any circumstance, be lax, lazy, or, you know, giving a half-hearted effort to fighting in this place. You can't do it. You're just gonna die trying to do that. Speaking of, like, dying versus not dying... Come on over here, good sir. So we'll be able to take like a shortcut in just a second. That'll save us a lot of time. And that shortcut's going to be one of those other windows. Come on. Make your path your way around the corner. Oh. Or you could die while trying to do that. You really do have to expose yourself when fighting these guys. Really? This situation went from bad to worse really fast. You just gotta run. You see what I mean? This place is a real hellhole. Just gonna go through here. Alright, that's guy number 1. Guy number 2 is right here. And you can get here by... If you can focus through the chaos long enough, you will be able to find your way back out. We would have done that. We were just blindsided by a stone imp. Speaking of stone imps to be blindsided by, how about this one? It's cleverly hidden too. One right here behind the statue. That is hard to spot in the darkness. Lovewort. Just trying to like feel the walls, but there shouldn't be any illusory stuff in here. All right, let's move on to greener pastures, I hope. I see you making your way over here. Oh, that was bad. Yeah, the fighting could go all over the place. Yeah, don't think for a second that you're safe in here. You're never safe. That's just... You're never safe. You can die at any time. If you don't have your resources on your hotbar where they should be, you would be extremely likely to die as you wade through the bits of scarlet rot. On top of that, The infighting is everywhere, and enemies can and will pivot to you in a heartbeat. Speaking of pivoting, there's going to be a guy right over there who's going to do just that. We just got to find the passage and move. Use this quickly. And kind of quickly make your way in here. Ideally without taking a whole, like, you know, a chopper to the back of your left calf. And sometimes the treasure in the place could simply be mostly not worth your time. There is a chest in here. We will get it. Don't worry about that. But we will have to, you know, brave the perils of a war-torn tomb in order to get it. I think there's like maybe one or two other items in here. Also, I believe that is custom. That is a custom spell. Alright, let's try to like wrap this up. Okay, that was close.
Your thoughts, your ambitions.
Now, I have no idea what the boss is here. I know what it is in vanilla, and I believe it has been removed. If it hasn't been removed, we will soon find out. And in which case, if it is the vanilla boss, it's an undulating tree spirit. So just, you know, mind the dodge patterns, and you'll be fine. You have about the same space to work with as before. And I don't think you even have, like, any scarlet rot... Sorry. You don't have any environmental gimmicks to worry about. The undulating tree spirit that rests here in vanilla is a rotting undulating tree spirit. And it does have rot gimmicks. But, other than attacks dealing scarlet rot, it doesn't have, like, an aura of it or anything. You don't have additional spacing to worry about. It's just don't get hit, and you're fine. Alright. Let's see how well Singularity does. It probably won't do... Yup, it's an undulating tree spirit. A putrid tree spirit. Oh, and did I mention it breathes rot breath? Okay, you know what? That's fine. That is perfectly fine. We were gonna die anyway. Even if we killed it, we would have died on killing the boss. That's fine. Let's make a couple more of these. Never hurts to have them in hand. We don't need too many. Also, with the turn of events, we should be free to use one of these now. Which will put us at 64 int, which will make our scaling on our staff just that much better. We have all these staves. Also, I believe Frostbite performed the best out of all the, we did more raw damage with the gravity stuff, but, the Frostbite was helpful in dealing with the boss. I'm not letting you get me that easily, good sir. You're gonna have to sprint all the way to the fog gate and attempt to, like, claw through it for yourself. Nope, that was bad form on my part. Very bad form. Totally could have done it. No, I'll take our break after we fight this guy. That's going to be the plan. Also, I don't think... No, we have more golden amalgamate. We are going to kill... we will go ahead and kill one of these guys for it. Ideally, one of these smaller knights. As soon as the battlefield becomes, you know, I can pick out a clear target. Or, you know, a target comes to me. Beautiful. Alright, I think we only need like we only needed 1k. We'll go ahead and rest. You used to be able to farm those guys just by finding a quiet place to sit, but that doesn't really work anymore. And even if it worked in vanilla, it was patched out in vanilla as far as I understand, it doesn't work in ERR. Nor should it. Like I said, some people have equated this to being, you know, an expansion pack for Elden Ring, and I'm in that I'm in that camp. I firmly do believe that we do have, this is an expansion pack. So it should come with all of the bug fixing and, you know, fixes to all the game-breaking stuff. Alright, let's get ready. Oh, I'm dead. What did that get me in the end? I don't think that actually got me anything. In fact, we just wasted resources. We absolutely just wasted resources there. Unfortunate. Nothing to do but try it again. And I would have been really sad if I'd fallen into that pit. Alright, please let there be an opponent I can easily pick out. Maybe, like, that one. Alright, we've already spent enough time on this as it is, so let's rest and make another one. If necessary, I will use a shield. I don't want to, Again, don't be bullied into saying, oh, shields are for babies. No. And in fact, you have to deflect anyway. If you're going on higher difficulties, like Master or Shura, where you get like reduced, you get reduced dodging frames, you have to learn how to deflect everything. If you don't, you're gonna have a bad time. Speaking of, let's clean up our spell selection a little bit. Don't need Magic Glint Blade. Don't need Ambush Shard. I just need 2 spells. We will run out of Amalgamate eventually. Also, we don't need either of these other staves. While we're here. Also, one of the nice things about our setup being what it is currently, because we do have an upgraded glintstone staff, we can totally, if we flub it and I press left bumper instead of right bumper, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal whatsoever. We won't lose much power over those 3 points of spell scaling. Oh, they took the fighting in here? Really? Alright. See you losers later. Alright, we're gonna have to wait. We have to wait. Drink here. Oh, right, I have to be really careful about that. To run further away than I think I need to. Really? Oh, that was bad form. Gotta stop using rune arcs on these things. But maybe I won't have to, I need to take a break. I'm keep pushing to try to do something that is clearly either stressing me out. I do feel the stress even if I don't vocalize it. Additionally, sometimes in life you just have to you have to recognize when you're pushing too hard and take a deep breath and say, okay, I'm gonna take 5 minutes and think about what I want to do next. When I come back, I'll have a better game plan. Like, even professional speedrunners and challenge runners have to take bathroom breaks. They have to get up, stretch, and other stuff. And hustle. I digress. All of that was a sort of a clever aside for we're going to take a short break. I could push to do it later, but really, I need some time to kind of stretch and think for myself. When we come back, we'll be killing this boss. I'll be playing a 90-second ad, so feel free to stretch for at least that long. And I will see you after the intermission break. So sorry about that, folks. I took a little bit longer of a walk than I had anticipated, but we're back. And welcome back, Alex. Hopefully it hasn't been, nah, it's been about 4 minutes. Hopefully, you're still hanging around. Not the worst deal if you aren't. Hopefully everyone had a good intermission, good break. And hopefully, whatever you were eating was good. Unfortunately, I've come back to really having no additional game plan other than just try harder. We can, like, adjust the spell that we're using, so we're using, like, we could be using Glintstone Ice Crag instead of Ancient Death Rancor. But Ancient Death Rancor, actually, one thing we could do is we can trade out, or not trade out, actually we can use another generator, the Carrion Slicer. We could use that. When we get the posture breaks on, or the poise breaks on the boss, we can use the Carrion Slicer to make really quick work of that health bar that they have. Here it is. Not that the Carrion Slicer does really any more damage than the Glintstone Pebble, it's just that when you've got the poise break, it is going to be much easier to get a few free swipes of the Slicer than it is to... I did something really stupid just then. Awful. Thank goodness nothing followed me. Can't make any more boluses. We're out of the amalgamate. I guess we'll just make some more. What can I say? Really, we'll make 3 more. That way we have plenty of boluses if we need them. Alright, let's try this again. Well, 100% more success this time. That was bad. Exceptionally bad timing. It's been a while since I fought a tree spirit. Really, it has. But, here I am. I sound like I'm making excuses, aren't I? When in fact we could just be, just take ownership for the failure. In Elden Ring, it does you no good to say, well, oh, well, it's this or that. Ultimately, you have to, no matter how fair or unfair it is, wow. No matter how fair or unfair the game is being, the only thing you can do is compensate with some additional skill. That's all you can do. Absolutely. Trying to do anything else is a waste of your time. It is an absolute waste of your time. I pressed Y when I didn't want to there. Or at least I felt I was. I am not doing a very good job of this, am I? Yeah. Not doing a good job at all. Don't do what I'm doing, folks. I'm forcing myself to do this until it's over. The nice thing about Elden Ring is that you don't have to do that. In either modded or unmodded. You don't have to push yourself any harder than you need to. Now, at the end, when you're fighting like a 7-boss gauntlet that the game places before you, before fighting Radagon and the Elden Beast, yes, you do have to push yourself. Because you're not beating the game unless you do that. But before that point, you have freedom to do whatever you want, really. It's all up to your skill. That's it. That's all I have to say. It's just up to your. It's up to your skill. Fun. Nice. Nice. We got some root resin in the midst of that. Might as well use a flask now. Bad gameplay. Very bad form. I never killed it. That's alright. That's perfectly fine. So we got a golden seed for our trouble. And another night ash. This time it is Redmane Knight Oga. Legendary ashen remains used to summon the spirit of Oga, the Redmane Knight. Spirit of a mighty knight, versed in the use of a great bow, a valiant warrior who will attack immediately after being summoned. Kind of like, no, Latenna won't immediately. Actually, yes, she will, if something's close enough. The longest-serving member of the Redmane Knights, Oga studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radahn. May use a rain of gravitational arrows in response to a war cry, but only once. Yeah, you're really not going to be using that unless you specifically have one arranged. Speaking of, like, ashes, we want to be... Sure, I thought there was another pile of root resin somewhere, but, I don't think that's the case. Nope, that is not what I wanted to press. Thank you, but no thanks. Alright, so that is the War Dead Catacombs. We never did check out those the collapsing stars. Let's take a look at that now. So the collapsing stars pulls foe towards caster with gravity projectile volley. This is the upgrade to gravity well. Fires numerous gravitational projectiles. Any foe struck will be pulled toward the caster. Charging enhances potency. A gravitational technique mastered by the young Radahn. I thank you for your tutelage. For now I can challenge the stars. For I can now challenge the stars. Yeah, that's certainly what we're going to be doing. We're going to be challenging stars in a different way, though. We're going to be challenging them to fall down. Remember, we killed Radahn. So now we can totally go get the Finger Slayer Blade and complete that portion of Ronnie's quest. However, that's not a very good idea because... Well, okay, it's not that completing it is a bad idea. What we really want to do is get the doll. We want to get a doll. Yes, I have shared them with you. You know what? I am no longer interested in that's not true. I'm kidding, Melina. I don't mind traveling with you. Speaking of which, I need to know if that's a resurrectable boss. Because if not, then, I am a very, very sad man. A very, very sad man. So, is the Putrid Tree Spirit a resurrectable boss? Round table of knowledge. Please give me an answer. It is not. We do have one more chance to get it. To get that particular one. And that'll be way, way later down the line. Very, very late in the line. Alright, so what do we have left? First, we have this item here. I have no idea whether I've collected it or not, so we're going to go collect it again. Or collect it for the first time. It's nice to be back here. It really is. When you are in, like, an open world game like this, you begin to appreciate the areas that have easier enemies to fight. We can also use this opportunity to collect any Erd leaf flowers. Just making sure I'm not gonna fall to my death. I totally might. What we want to do is We can make our way over to the cliff face if we follow these gravestones. Yeah, work smart, not hard. Get rid of that off the bar. Heck, you can even skip if you know what you're doing. Now, did I collect what was already up this way? It appears not. So over here is another mass grave containing plenty of golden runes. Granted, at the time we're collecting them, you know, these aren't really so valuable now. But of course, Fevor's cookbook was the real prize. I've been wondering why I couldn't, is this Fevor? Was he a random noble? Might have been. So, sleep pots. They're the most important thing in our arsenal. We had soporific arrows. When we go to fight other, like, Godskin enemies, we are going to want that precious item. Alright, we can go ahead. What is... Okay, that was just random lighting effects. Or, like, the faint... Yeah, it's lighting. That's what I thought it was. Alright. We've collected that lovely little item. We are now going to go... Have we... Nope, that is a cave. Have we been to that encampment? I did go out of my way to, like, look at the wiki. Speaking of which, two things I'll mention. One of them is a shill. Yes, we knew this was coming. So... I did go through and use the wiki to sort of help me, help me find all the encampments we were missing. Hopefully this is when we were missing, that's really about it. Hopefully this is one of the encampments we were missing, and we can just... Yep, look, see, there are the Caelid mercenaries, stationed outside. And then we'll go ahead and deal with you. Oh, okay. We can do things your way, I guess. Oh, may the Lord have mercy, for I will not. Oh, right, it's an encampment. We can't do that here. Alright, I have to take my focus off that and deal with these horses. Doggo, rip. Oh, very, very rip. Oh, sorry, Alex. I think I read those statements without even, realizing that was you. So sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, even though the Caelid mercenaries are not the toughest enemies in the world in singletons, when you have multiple of them on horseback, wow, does it get tough. I am not envious of the first-time player who bumps into this encampment and gets mobbed by a pack of 3 or 4 of these. I would not. I would make a note of this as a fresh player and come back much later. Even now, we could have died very easily. Because we're not exactly wearing, we're not wearing, defensive armor. We're wearing it for extra stamina more than anything. Thank you for your understanding, Alex. Very much appreciated. There's another Kaiden mercenary. Yeah, that is a Kaiden mercenary. But those are the easy kind. The way that you can tell that you're in an encampment in Elden Ring Reforged is that Elden Ring Reforged will dismount you off Torrent. Like, I can ride him now because we have gone through and killed everything in the encampment. But you would be forcefully dismounted if you bumped into one of these. Also, all the enemies that are part of that encampment have red eyes. And typically an enemy that has red eyes in Elden Ring is a much harder version of that enemy. They're more aggressive, which the guys on horseback were very aggressive, constantly getting chopped by 2 Kaiden mercenaries on horseback is not fun. They have more health. Oftentimes they will just hit harder. Those encampments are truly something to behold. I am glad this mechanic is here. One of the things that you get for an encampment is the set of an enemy that's there. So, we got the Kaiden set. Normally in Elden Ring, you would have to grind for that. You would need to seriously buff up your arcane, and you would be grinding enemies for hours and hours and hours and hours at a time for every piece of that set. Now you don't have to do that. Also, I believe we can just, in fact, equip the Kaiden helmet. What does this hat do again, as a reminder? Mind. Increases mind. I mean, I'm obviously not going to equip the helmet, seeing as how the helmet drops our mind quite a bit. Here's the complete Kaiden set. If you wanted to know what that looked like, this is it. Now we look like a Kaiden mercenary that uses staves. It's kind of a weird aesthetic, huh? Welcome to Dark Souls, or Elden Ring, I guess. You wear weird things in order to complement your build. Speaking of, like, complementing builds, and dealing with setting up builds, if there's a Elden Ring mod, I would recommend keeping your eyes on, I want to say, hold on, let me actually look it up. I want to show this to you. This is an Elden Ring Reforged stream, but we're going to be playing Elden Ring for a long time, so it is very worth it to keep your ear to the ground for any mods that are being developed. So this is Nexus Mods. This actually gives me the chance to sort of showcase, how I get the mod, where I get it, how do you download it. I bet that's probably everyone's #1 question. So, in terms of grabbing the mod itself, before I show you the cool thing, I'll go ahead and answer the question. So, we search for the mod. And as you can see, there are a number of mods out there that either change the language, or there will be mods out there that do say they're ERR compatible. IMCO is one of those. IMCO. So, there is a tutorial video here if you want to learn how to install it. There is also I'm sorry, this is the trailer, this is the installation guide. but the installation instructions are also written. Also, I can more or less show you. I see that we're not even on the latest version. I'll have to fix that at some point. But what you'll do is you'll come to Files, you'll manually download it. It'll ask you where you want to download it. You can actually do that now. So what we'll do is go to Downloads, or, well, wherever you've got your Mod Engine 2 folder set up at. Then, let me increase this a bit and shrink that. All right, so we're in the folder for Mod Engine. You can, of course, put this right here in the folder. However, there's a second file with this. So you want to do is go to Elden Ring Reforged. You'll make a folder to store the mod in. And we'll go ahead and do that now. There's also a high quality icons folder. I already have the current one. So all we have to do is just go back, go into the folder, take the current Elden Ring Reforged, extract it, extract the high quality icons file if you have it. Notice how we got like a random menu thing. So what we'll do now is we'll take the menu and simply drag it into the Elden Ring Reforged folder. Then we will cut that folder, go back to the Mod Engine 2 folder, and paste it in here. Then what you would do is you would log out of the game, which we might actually do in just a second so I can demonstrate this process. Delete the old folder and replace it with the new one, renaming it to mod. In fact, we'll do that now. We're already at a rest site anyway, so let's just go ahead and do this. Alright, so we delete this folder. And then notice the new folder you just put in floats to the top because it's a folder instead of a document. You'll rename it to mod. You can also just go into the eldenring.toml and it'll say something like enabled equal true equal cool mod comma path equals mod 1. If you have multiple mods, you could do it through this. This would be how you would get it to point... Oh, sorry, it's this bottom statement here, where it says enabled equal true, in brackets, name equal default, path equal mod. The path tells you what to name the folder. So if you want to change this to, you know, LERR... version 5.13a. If you wanted to do that, that's what you would name the folder. Before I forget, we don't need to open the toml. What we do need to do, I called it toml, but I think it's toml. Then you just launch Elden Ring through the .bat executable instead of through Steam. If you launch it through Steam, you're launching the vanilla game. So just bear in mind. Again, there's a much better tutorial video that you can watch if you want to know how to do that in depth. They may even go over some things. I don't. Also, the way you can tell the version just by looking underneath the name. Ivy did this, which is really cool. So now we're on version 0.5.13a. Now, before continuing on, I said I would show off other mods to keep your ear on, and I meant that. Is it this one? Yes. So, Elden Lands Remastered is a combat rework. I don't know who the mod author is or anything. But if you're like, hey, I love what I saw in Elden Ring Reforged, but I would like something else. while I wait on the DLC or whatever, then you could totally do that. This would be one that you might want to keep your ear out to the ground for. For example, Torrent is tinkered with in Remastered, Elden Lands Remastered. So he's not invincible and doesn't require raisins to feed, but he could be summoned in far more areas, including Lanedell, Castle Sol, and Rykard's Arena, to name a few. Etc., etc. There's quite a lot of stuff in here. Another one that we will be doing on this channel, I don't know about Elden Lands Remastered, but one I do want to check out because it's stupid, is Ascended. Elden Ring Ascended. You want hell? You want like a proof of concept of enemies cranked up to 11? This would be it. This is our mod. And of course, all of this is while we wait on Elden Ring The Convergence, another mod that is, I think, in closed beta right now. It's getting there. It's not quite ready yet, but it is getting there. So I just wanted to let you guys know that I keep my ear to the ground for this stuff. These mods, they're cool. The fact that people can do so much just by reverse engineering the content that the vanilla Elden Ring has is amazing. I think the tool they're using out there is DS Anim Studio. That's all one word, by the way, and capitals on D. I'm sorry. Is it still DS Anim Studio, or is it ER Anim Studio? I think it's still DS Anim Studio, based on like the series it's from. I'll get a concrete answer to you soon enough, probably over the next break. But they use a mod to reverse engineer a lot of things. The only things that we can't really do right now are animation swap. I'm sorry. We can swap animations. We cannot make new animations. We can change terrain, but it takes a lot of work. Also, I'm heading left instead of right. Great. Or, like, adding to the game. Like, right now, we have to obey the capacity of the game. We can only hold so many spells. We can only hold... not so many spells. I think we have infinite of those, actually. But we can only hold so many weapons, so many animations, so many locations. There's a lot of limitations with the game, is what I'm trying to say. And a lot of that has to do with the Havoc engine that they use. Basically, there's no in-house software to handle Elden Ring. So you kind of have to crack the game open and look at the code. And some things are not translatable one-to-one because it requires the game's engine to work. So if you don't have the Havoc engine, guess what? You're not going to be able to understand the gibberish that comes out. None at all. None whatsoever. So... oh, geez. That guy spent a long time... I'm sorry, that projectile spent a long time floating around that guy only to never make it. So, what do you guys think about Elden Ring Reforged so far? We're 41 episodes in. I know I asked this at the 40th episode, but, you know, it's amazing that we've, you know, have done 40 plus episodes of this. This game is lengthy. It's long. There's a lot of content to it. And it's a lot of content that you can miss. Let me put it that way. My job with... oh, please, I hate that you blew that horn. my job in streaming this is to try to give you guys a good time. But on top of that, I'm an LP channel. That is something I like to focus on. So, I want to show you guys how to play the game. Not just, oh, look at random streamer do X. No, I want to be able to talk you through, like, my thought process. And granted, this is not a game I've played through to completion. Not only is it not a game I have not managed to play through to completion, I have not beaten vanilla. However, I have a very, very strong grasp of the FromSoft fundamentals when it comes to this style of game. Now, Sekiro I could probably actually do a full-fledged guide on, because I've beaten it front to back. Wait, no, I take that back. I've gotten close, but I've not beaten it yet. I haven't beaten the true final boss. I've not done that. Or maybe I can't even remember now. It's been a while since I've played Sekiro. That's another game I like to show off to you guys. Ideally in a modded capacity of some kind. There are mods out there that do really fix some of the issues the game has, or just spice things up. Mainly in the buff department. The buffs are a little tedious to use. In Sekiro, is it a big deal, or like a deal breaker? No. No, not at all. But I would be lying if I said that I didn't appreciate any effort that went into fixing this sort of problem. That problem that the game had, in my honest opinion. Oh, I also said there'd be some shilling, and I meant that. So, if you guys like this content, I mean, I'm kind of a small streamer. Can't imagine why. I'm not the most entertaining person in the world. But if you do find it entertaining, please leave me a follow. And make sure your notifications are turned on. Oh, great. Okay, we just barely managed to make it over there. That way you don't miss the content if you do like it. I'm trying to think if there were any other video metrics. YouTube is the one that has a lot more of those metrics, or it's like the video, leave a comment. No, you don't really have to do that on Twitch. Following and like keeping the tab active are the two biggest things, the two biggest asks that any streamer can like make of a viewer. And if you like the content even more than that... Oh, sorry. Let me back up, because I do have a tendency to get ahead of myself. If you like the content and you want emotes, I have follower emotes. I have 2 of them. They're awesome emotes. They're done by a user named Amelia Harper. That's the screen name they go by. My emotes come from them. Also, a few of my emotes come from Ray. Geez, I want to make sure I'm not mixing up the names. Goodness, I really am going to be doing this. It's been a while. I can't say I remember everything fluidly. So if I turn to my stream and go to my panels. Sorry. Yeah, the website is Calligraphy Inc. I'm forgetting the last name for whatever reason. But that panel is on my Twitch page. You can find it. I need to ask Amelia Harper if they have a similar panel that we can use for that set of emotes. But they're good ones. Let me show one off while I'm right here. So this one, make sure I get the correct one. Yep, here it is. So that is the smile emote. You get that just by following You also get my top hat, my thunderous top hat, when you follow. You get an animated version of this at tier 1. Tier 1 now has the most emotes available for it out of any tier. This one I kind of did myself just by using the generic animation tool. I think Amelia Harper is still in the works on some animated emotes. I may need to go speak to them about that. But I know that that was something I had already made a down payment on. So I want to make sure I actually get my money's worth out of that. But, yeah. The tier 1 has the most to offer out of any tiered, package on Twitch. You get like 5 emotes plus 1 animated emote. So 6 total. You get 6 total emotes. You get access to my Discord server. Although if you're a Twitch Prime gamer, you also get a Twitch Prime sub is enough to get you into the Discord. So just I am totally running over myself trying to say this. Financial support is never obligated by any means. I appreciate the fact that people are even here at all. But if you feel like the direct support, please know that you get something out of it, and that something is emotes, Discord, and I'm working on some packages through Patreon and some other sites where you guys get to help collaborate on future projects that I work on. I am still working out the particulars. I still need to finish renovating the coffee page, but we will eventually have sweet perks. I thought that guy was alive, and I was about to ask, why are you lying on the floor like that? Anyway, thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. I think we've killed everything in the encampment, and we should be able to collect that chest. If something's glitched out, I'm gonna be hella upset. But, yeah, if you like the content, and you like it enough to where the heck? Okay. Ah, you're up here. I should have realized that we still had an enemy to take care of. The mod will give you a pop-up when you've cleared an encampment. I will also say that admission into the Discord is not something that is contingent on repeat payments. It's not. You technically only need to do it once. I might offer additional incentives to keep paying in, but just the fact that I am... Oh, nice, we got the great epi for this. I'm trying to, make sure I pick my words very carefully. People get up in arms about Discord servers, but the thing is... monetized Discord servers. But the thing is, I don't really have a lot else to offer on tap besides me. I am the gift. I am the thing you get out of all this. Like, the sense of community and togetherness. That's kind of all there is. I don't have merch. I don't have, Also, we can take this marker off. I don't have merch. I'm not one of these YouTubers that or streamers that has other services. If I were playing Magic the Gathering, for example, and I were good enough at the game to offer things like deck building or one-on-one tutoring sessions, those would be extra services. I know. What a great conversation starter, talking about ways to give streamer money. But it just happens to be the thing we're talking about. I'm not trying to make anyone buy anything. You being here, anyone being here is more than enough. But people gotta eat, and that means if you want to make something of yourself on Twitch, you have to find ways to stand out of the crowd. You have to find ways to serve people. That's really the biggest thing about consumerism in general. Everything is a service. Absolutely everything in life is a service. The people who stand there bagging your groceries, they're getting paid for a service. The people stocking the shelves, they're getting paid for a service. The tailor that you talk to at a shop to get your clothes hemmed, that's a service. Yeah, you might also be buying goods, but pretty much every monetary transaction can either boil down to some service or some product. And people got to pay in for those things. I know. I'm gabbing entirely too much about this. But I guess I just want to make sure I'm being abundantly clear that I'm not trying to as a Twitch streamer slash entertainer, I do work for Amazon technically, and I do have to push these things a little bit. Also, even if you don't feel like giving money to me, if you watch a whole bunch of streamers, I'd recommend Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo for $10 a month gets rid of all the ads. And I'm like you guys. I don't like ads. I realize they are a necessary evil. People get paid for the view count. Heck, even for the ads that I run, I get a few cents off of it. It's a pittance compared to the ad revenue that other people are making, but still, the ad revenue is something. Speaking of which, we can kind of turn this into a conversation of engagement. Well, how do you guys really feel about ads? Like, here I am on my soapbox talking about them, but I genuinely do care about people's opinions on this. And I'm always looking to take feedback or criticism, and it's nice to know where people stand on modern Twitch monetization, which of course means ads. I would love to know how people think about this. Do people like them? Hate them? See, like, are kind of in my camp where it's like, I would be indifferent to them if they weren't, everywhere. Also, I am going in the complete wrong direction. That is not at all what I'm trying to do. We're trying to do Operation Caelid Cleanup. I think if ads weren't being pushed so strongly, I honestly wouldn't care about them. It's a way of making money. And we're in a society where money is highly valued. Because prior to this, it was goods, and before that, it was whoever had the most military power. Whoever could conquer the most land and subjugate the most people. I am not sure what I'm doing. Like, there's always going to be a dynamic of power in human societies, and I'm really trying to make sure I don't, fall to my death. Here it is. They are pretty annoying. The only reason for not installing uBlock is the fact that you support streamers watching the ads. Fair enough. And I appreciate you not doing that, for the record. But it wouldn't really matter to me if you did. Because I'm in the same boat as you. I'm playing the hand I'm dealt as an entertainer. I am working within the system, and if the system says, hey, we're going to reward you, we're going to pay you out, if you run ads, then you run ads. And there are streamers out there who run, like, I don't know, 6, 8, 10 ads per hour. And it's kind of like a contract. To anyone who's like a serious Twitter user, you might have seen the articles about this. People do talk about it. And everyone hates the system, but people recognize that the system is what's responsible for their paycheck. So you kind of just put up with it. That's at least the neutral sentiment. I don't know of a single soul other than people who work for Amazon directly that like ads. But from my understanding, ads are mostly contractual. Companies ask to have ad space so that they could advertise their products. companies weren't advertising their products, I'm quite sure people would be either left alone or Twitch staff would find some other way to monetize that space with either ads of their own or finding some other hoop for the viewer to jump through, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Make sure, yeah, absolutely nothing was added to Weeping Peninsula. So we're free to just kind of follow the stickers. Yeah, I'm not happy about ads. I think I've said this enough. People know my sentiment. And it's nice to see that, you know, we can at least talk about it. It's not an absolutely incensing subject. People aren't enthralled to be angry, enraged. That's usually reflected by the viewer count, by the way. Just fun fact. We streamers, we can tell when we're talking about something that people aren't interested in. Just something to... some kind of fun trivia. And other streamers besides myself have talked about it, you know. Okay, we need to go way over that way. This is kind of an annoying subject matter. Let's try to find something else to talk about. I could talk about Elden Ring DLC, but we already did that. Presentations. Anyone ever have to give one before? I've given a few in my lifetime. About 10 to be exact. And they're not easy. But if you've practiced beforehand, and you're not just like, oh, I'm gonna read it whatever I'm presenting from, or you know, read from your cards. If you've given a presentation before, it can be nerve-wracking. I remember one time when I was in high school. My high school has something called the senior project. And the senior project is a glorified presentation. It's kind of like your second literature final exam. The senior project counted for 25% of my grade, so I had to do well on it. Otherwise, the best I could do was a C in my English course. My English class. I didn't want that. So that's what I did. I did the senior project, and I did mine on sects in Christianity, SECTS, sects, and like various practices among those sects, like how the congregations at various churches differed in either directed worship or non-directed worship, and it was an experience. I had to go shadow some people, and I didn't even get the proper chance to do that. I had to do it kind of from scratch. And so it was very nerve-wracking the whole time. You have to come up with a PowerPoint or some other visual presentation. And you have to... In my school, you had to get up in front of a panel of adults from the school board or from experts in the field. One of those two things. Usually a combination of both. And you had to talk for around 8 to 10 minutes on whatever you did. Usually the senior project is about either doing intense field research or job shadowing a person. It's kind of like the school's way of getting you to learn essential job skills, or getting you to really push yourself in a way that you haven't pushed yourself before. There are people who talked about optimal techniques for surfboarding, various food sciences, etc., etc. And that was probably the most nerve-wracking presentation I think I've ever done. I was like 17 then. Yeah, I wasn't quite 18. It wasn't my first. I've had other presentations before, but it was the most nerve-wracking because so much of my grade was on the line, and on top of that, uh, I was talking to people who probably had no appreciation for the subject matter I was talking about at all. Oh, and you also had to dress up nicely with a suit and tie. If you didn't have one, you know, the panel judges probably took points off of your final presentation score, and they give those out of 100. You get, like, the final sheet, and that sheet will give you a breakdown of not the names of the judges, but, like, they put a number by the judge. So, like, Judge 1, Judge 3, so on and so on. I went in the complete wrong direction, I just realized. Sorry, I'm saying so many ums right now, but it kind of can't be helped. I'm talking completely off the cuff. Yeah, they give you a complete breakdown of how the judges scored you. And it's always heart clenching when you see a bunch of average scores, a high score, and like a really low score. It's like they put someone there to deliberately score you low on purpose. Even though my presentation kind of had no right to be scored as high as it was. But I managed to get like an 80 out of it. Which was great. Jeez, alright. It was a nerve-wracking experience, but all the seniors that year did also have like a senior graduation party, an early one. And in that party, you had like... You had all kinds of fun stuff. It was a reward for going through such a grueling experience. I have to be really careful. There are all these kind of chimes on the ground. Yeah, and it was like my one chance I could really talk about a specific section of religion. Not spirituality, but religion without, So, spirituality is like the beliefs themselves, and religion is kind of like the practices that surround those beliefs. How do people enforce those? What do standard congregations look like when they're practicing? That kind of thing. And it doesn't have to be just Christianity, but I was a boy in the southeastern U.S. where a church was pretty much in every street block, or like every square mile. You could find at least one. Even if it was like a church in a strip mall, you could find one. And that's pretty much what I was surrounded by. If I had access to like a multicultural center at the time, this would have been in like, I graduated in 2010, so this would have been 2009 or so, or some such. I'm completely blanking on what I want to say. If I had like any prominent mosques or synagogues, I would have attended those too, so I could have some other way to explain the research. And my research, do you really think the biblical God exists? It's a question out of curiosity. I think so. I personally think God exists in whatever form you choose to understand it. Like, yes, obviously, in my mind, God will show up in a palpable form, but as the Bible has stated, and has stated in a number of its passages, I opened a chest and got nothing, which means we got all the pieces of gear in this chest beforehand. Great. How do I word this? I need to be very careful. in the passages I'm talking about, looking upon God kills a man. You cannot look at the face of God without with it. It's too much. There are only a few individuals in the Bible who have ever directly communed with the Lord, and 9 times out of 10, it's in the form of some other means of communication, like Moses and the burning bush, like the small shrub tree. Moses did not look upon God. God communicated to him through various signs. But Moses was also probably the only person, Moses was the last person in history who openly communicated with God. His sort of guardian descendant Joshua had to interpret God's will. He had to pray and glean some meaning from it. Like he had a horn, but that horn was for blowing down Jericho and not for much else. Isn't the fact that he loves you unconditionally and at the same time burns you in hell forever contradictory? No. But if you're a bad person, not at all. Because there are 2 different systems. You've got heaven, which is where God resides, and you have the place that God made specifically to imprison Lucifer, hell, where he becomes Satan. Lucifer falls and becomes Satan. The part about burning you in hell forever is not actually intended for humans. It says in the book of Revelations that if a human soul, like a human person, were put into that lake, although you'd be dead, so be a human soul, you would be obliterated forever. It has 2 effects. It's a true spiritual death. That is where the spirit goes to die if you have sinned. The other part of that is, well, actually, there's a third component. I'll state the second one now. For those who have been judged and found wanting, who have sinned and have not been forgiven, because the book of life will have been opened and everyone will be judged, that person, when they die a spiritual death, when that person's spirit dies a spiritual death, those in heaven will forget. It even directly says that it'll be as if no one remembered you, no one knew you. Everyone will forget you if you were a sinner and cast into hell to die a spiritual death. The part about burning in hell forever pertains to Satan and the fallen angels, because those people were made to, I'm sorry, I say people, but Lucifer and those angels were made to be durable. They were made to last. They can't die that way. Only human spirits can. So those angels, those fallen angels, and Satan himself will burn in hell forever and ever and ever. Those are the only beings that can. And if an angel were to fall and end up in hell after the fact, the same thing would happen to them. So hell was more like it's like the gulag, where you go to be executed. It's not quite like the gulag, but it's like the closest thing I could think of in terms of explaining it to perhaps someone who isn't religious or isn't spiritual, where if you're sent to the gulag, there's a good chance you're not seen again. But it's worse, because if you've sinned, and usually sins are things like stealing or, murder, things like that. But there are tons of things that qualify as sin. You end up in that lake, and you die in the blink of an instant. Your spirit dies in the blink of an instant, and you are left with nothingness. You're consigned to the void. But it isn't contradictory because it's the way it's designed, if that makes sense. Like, I'm using like, and as a whole bunch. I'm trying to cut that out. I'm trying to remember the exact verse that talks about this, or whether it's in Genesis somewhere, and I'm just forgetting. Also, we've gone a whole chunk of time without moving. Let's fix that. Well, even then, wouldn't unconditionally loving God torture his enemies forever? Depends. I would say the Lord's true enemies are Lucifer and the fallen angels that he is allied with. Those who sinned are considered to have a wicked heart, but it's more like a parent forcefully consigning their child to jail. Kind of. It depends. This is where it gets a little murky even for me. Sorry. Let me make sure I'm wording this correctly. God is unconditionally loving to the things that he's made. And one could argue, yes, he made the angels to be his servants, and he does love them, but he loves them in a different way. As long as you follow his path and you do what is asked of you and not the letter of the law, it's easy to say, oh, well, just look at Leviticus and Deuteronomy. You pay attention to those, you'll be fine. No. That's the letter of the law. That is not the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is to do these things out of love. Like that's the whole idea behind the New Testament, is explaining God through love rather than fear, as is told in the Old Testament. And the only people that I would say, or the only entities that I would say are a true enemy of God would be Lucifer and his fallen angels. Those are the only things that can be tortured. Again, humans who sin go into the lake, are cast into the lake of fire, and die. They die a spiritual death. And for those in heaven, because I did mention, the soul is obliviated, and those in heaven will forget they ever knew you, which seems like a form of torture, but no. At that point, a human lifespan, or like the lifespan of the species, will be done. There won't be humans on Earth anymore. It'll be humans being assigned a place, whether that is in heaven, to live among God, where they will know work, make music, and live in the way that he says, or if they are consigned a spiritual death in hell. How do I word this? It's very difficult to say any and all of this without saying, oh, well, God is a wrathful God, an unmerciful God, an unloving God. It's more like it's punishment. For us, it's punishment. We are his children, and all children have to be disciplined in some manner. But you really don't want God disciplining you by consigning you to hell when you are judged, because that results in your death, a spiritual death. I'm trying to think about what else I could talk about in that vein. But there are people who would willingly sin, people who would spite God for whatever reason, and as another human being, that's their right. If they perform wicked acts on other people without their consent, then that would be when I have to intervene somehow, some way. I would be charged with doing that. But if there are people who are consenting to sin in private, that is their business, and they will be judged for it. And I'll feel for them for being judged, but at the same time, they will know that they have it coming. But again, this assumes as a human being, I'm not infallible. This assumes that what we worship is the truth. But isn't God all-knowing? Didn't he know the fact that Lucifer will betray him? If he did, what's the reason behind all these things? Ah, the quintessential question of confusion. I'm so very glad you asked. I am of the camp that that God's power is such that he would prefer to shape the cosmos with it and only intervene in human affairs when absolutely necessary. Most of the time, and I've explained this to my friends, when God is exercising his will, he often chooses to do this through intermediaries. And the intermediaries are not always those that profess their faith in the Lord and their Savior, Jesus Christ. They aren't always the people that do that. Sometimes God's agents are those that recognize that simply another human being is doing something that is wrong, and they have been put there to stop it. But even though God is exercising his will through his agents, or through people that choose to be an instrument of his will, we're all still human. We have limits. If God were to exercise his power, we would surely die. As the Bible already states, the world has been flooded. He flooded the world. Noah and his family and his sons and their family built an ark, and carrying 2 animals of every kind, all over the world, and God flooded the rest. That is what it looks like when God feels he must exercise his power. For whatever reason, I don't know. I cannot deign to know every single thing that the Lord will choose to do. I like to describe him as an all-knowing and perhaps omnipotent being, but doesn't like to exercise his powers unless it is truly grave, and it would be grave beyond human comprehension. Like, that's the flaw of, I suppose, faith, religion, and spirituality, is that we're all having to interpret that will, right? We can't directly talk to God. For hearing his name and his word would kill us. Seeing him would kill us. We just have to accept that in these flesh-like bodies that we have to interpret everything around us through that lens. And if we follow the good book and we do good works in his name and for the right reasons, that we'll be saved. We just kind of have to accept that. It's hard to describe. To those that don't believe, as Thomas Aquinas might say, no explanation is necessary, or no explanation will suffice. It's impossible. To those that do believe, no explanation is necessary. Also, Thomas Aquinas. Let me make sure I'm actually answering your question. If he did, what's the reason behind all these things? I can sit here and postulate all I want and try to use my knowledge of what I've read about read in the Bible and the history behind it to try to dissect what God's possible plans could be, but only God himself will know why he does what he does. All we can do is interpret it as a sign. Not that his will is unknowable. The Bible states exactly what his intentions are. But again, we can't directly commune with the Lord. Hearing his name, his voice, or to hear his name and to see him is to die. So all we can do is interpret the will. Now, our souls are a different story. Like, our mortal consciousnesses might not be able to understand it, but I think our souls are perfectly fine. After all, Just making sure I have gone over everything. There was an encampment here and an encampment there. Yeah, I think we've actually done it. All right, we can actually go through the grand lift of. Actually, no, we can't. We have one more thing we have to do, and that is to go over here to Fort Height. Why do you think that the Christian God is kind of the right God? And do you think there's a possibility that the Bible was modified by humans for their own gain? Oh, I can answer the second one first. It absolutely was. Did you know about the Gospel of Mary? Or the books labeled as the Apocrypha? Those are the books that are between the Old and New Testament. See, the Bible is kind of like a series of stories passed down from person to person, like through word of mouth, and it wasn't until sometime later that all the stories were collated and put together in a nice book. At the time, women didn't have equal rights. Women were still considered chattel property and were treated as slaves. So you know what the leadership probably did? They took those books out of the Bible, labeled as the Apocrypha, the hidden book, the forbidden book. And I won't say they scattered them to the four winds. They probably kept them under lock and key. How do we know? Because we have a copy of the Gospel of Mary. It sits in a museum, I think, in Europe somewhere. And the pages are so old that you can't really read it. Like, you can make out some portions of it, but they have to handle the book with special gear because it's that delicate. And it's probably disintegrating by the year. So the Apocrypha do exist. And the Bible was definitely modified for humans for their own gain. Which is why, even though the Bible is a good authority on, you know, what the beliefs are, don't look at people practicing those beliefs to get an understanding of how the beliefs are. Read it for yourself and know it. Or don't. Your choice. Do I think that the Christian God is the right kind of God? Is the kind of the right God? That I can't answer. I don't get to know that. No human does. I could ask any follower of Odin or Venus or those who believe that Buddha is a god, those who believe in Yahweh or Allah or any other god such as Vishnu or Krishna, a bunch of other ones out there. You can ask any of those followers and they would only proselytize to you, tell you, oh, well, these are the reasons I think my God is great. They won't actually answer whether or not it's the right kind of God. You just know it's the right God for them. That's all you can say. Also, don't you think why would God think humans should believe in him just because of an old book without any evidence? Well, to that, I would say, and I was just talking about this, for me, I'm a scientist. I'm studying to be one. There are things that we have yet to explain, like the Higgs boson particle, or quantum physics. I think those things start to reach into the highly intangible world in which God might exist. Or perhaps his angels do. I would say the evidence is there. The problem is, you can only say, well, no, that's what the Higgs boson particle is. No, that's what quantum physics is. Those are our interpretations of it as we understand, and therein lies the rub. Everything I would point to you and say, well, if we couldn't do these things or point these things out, or you don't know what to look for in nature, someone would just retort, well, that's what you see, that's not what I see. That's the thing about spirituality. Two people can look at the same object or the same not religious, but spiritual implement and get two entirely different reads out of it. To one person, it's evidence. To the other person, it's rubbish. And you have to be willing to accept both. If we want to coexist as human beings, we have to learn that finer perspective. The fact that two people can look at the same object and get two entirely different interpretations for it. Just by you asking this question, believe it or not, you've already proven my point. And that's not to say that you proved it in opposition to me. You're asking questions. And I happen to be the one stating, by virtue of asking the question, you have already proven that you have a different perspective from me. And that's perfectly valid. Absolutely valid. And it illustrates that two people can look at the same text, the same implement, the same phenomena in nature, or even just how the human mind operates, and one sees proof that God exists and is real, and the other sees, oh, well, those are all just distended, separate things. There's a traitor taken care of. Onwards to Nokron. Go up. I'll catch up. Yeah, so this is Nokron. When we killed Radon, he was preventing a meteor from falling into the sky. And this actually shattered the world space and let us gain passage into Nokron. Nokron is where the next portion of Ronnie's quest takes place. And I know what I said about Altus Plateau, and it wasn't a lie. I just totally forgotten about needing to do Nokron first. So we have Caelid cleanup part 3. Well, actually, Caelid cleanup is over, but we have one last bit of business to take care of, and that bit of business is this. Also, I just realized I needed to go the other direction. For me, getting back to your question, Alex, I don't use the book as proof that the Lord exists, because as we've already determined in the course of our conversation, that humans edit it and change the passages for their own purposes. Heck, my favorite translation of the Bible is the New Living Translation because it puts it in modern day English. But even that is transforming the Bible for someone's personal gain. I am choosing to read it in a language other than the native Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. I am choosing to do that because I can't understand those languages. Which kind of led to the early sentiments of spirituality in U.S. history and the early colonies, where people were not allowed to read the Bible. They could not come to their own interpretations. They needed to have a sermon. They needed to have people preaching them. They needed the proof told to them. I don't use that stuff. I try to look at the phenomena in nature that we can't explain yet, that we have a tough time trying to solve. Yes, we have knowledge of the Higgs boson particle, but and antimatter and dark matter, and we have some knowledge of what would lie beyond a black hole. But those are things we don't have perfect explanations for. We don't have the technology to go and say, oh, this is how it works. Or, we can't explain it because we're mortal and can't possibly ever explain it. Like black holes. We would probably need technology that withstands bifurcation and spaghettification in order to actually understand what lies beyond a black hole. And that's assuming you don't get past the accretion disk first. I suppose, to succinctly sum up what I've said so far, I believe in the Lord, because there are things that humans can't explain. We don't have the answers for everything, and there's some things I think we'll never be able to obtain an answer for. We just won't. So we have to. How do you fill in that gap? And you could say, "Oh, well, it's just there. It happens." That's a perfectly satisfying explanation. But for me, that feels alien. It feels absolutely alien. But in terms of answering the question, don't believe in the Lord because of an old book. Read it. Know it. Decide if you believe in the beliefs for yourself. If you want to make those beliefs your own. Don't let someone say, "Ugh, you should read the book." And you must believe to read the book. No. It's the other way around. You believe because you've read the book and you've understood everything or enough of it to say, okay, I do believe, and this is how I want to live my life in accordance to this book. If you don't believe, that is perfectly fine. Again, I'm another human being. I'm not going to judge you for not choosing to believe in the Lord. That is your choice. You've earned that right just by being born. Just by existing as a human being. There are those, particularly within the church, who might work to convert you, but that is what they were put there to do. And it is up to you to decide if you're going to be persuaded by the conversion or if you're going to say, no, I want to come to my own conclusions. Please don't talk to me. I will read. Just point me in the direction of your text, and I will decide to read it on my own terms. That's how I engage with the faith. I was an atheist before. Believe it or not, I'm friends with a person who considers themselves a fallen Christian. And he has his own philosophies for why he doesn't believe. But he's come to that decision on his own. Without being... Part of it has to do with his upbringing, but most of it has to do with things he's learned for himself. He has used an evidence-based approach to say, no, the Lord does not exist. God does not exist. It is a construction of the human mind. That sort of thing. I am looking for my lamp, is what I'm doing. Trying to think of what else to say. I'm not trying to win you over, if that's what you if that was the prevailing thought process. I'm just trying to actually answer your question, and to answer it, I have to talk about a lot of stuff. Otherwise, my answer doesn't make any sense. Granted, my answer still probably won't make much sense. I try to approach it from a philosophical point of view so that I've bridged that gap between someone who believes and someone who doesn't. But that bridge is not a perfect bridge. It is made on pillars of salt, sand, and not mental gymnastics, but deep thought, which is a sand in and of itself. No one should believe in the Lord because of a book, or because someone said they should read the book, or that they must believe. They should believe because that is the conclusion they've drawn. Interesting debate. Thank you. You can probably tell I've spent a ton of time at churches. And the thing is, my dad was not a huge church-going individual, and my mom was even less so. Anyway, Rasby is better at debates than me. Still kind of a newbie. You did well. It is a debate, but it was also... I perceived it more as you asking questions to understand. Granted, if you were to ask a different Christian the same question, you would get completely different replies. But I think, for me, my background in STEM I think puts me up to the task of being able to talk about this stuff more, because I'm not thinking about, oh, well, how do I win this guy over? How do I make him stop? What kind of ludicrous thing can I say? No, I genuinely think through my own experience and try to form the best answers I can. And I just have to trust that people will take my answers in good faith. That I'm not trying to convert anyone. I'm not trying to win anyone over. I'm just trying to answer your questions. And engage in that debate. It was fun and interesting anyway. Thank you. That's probably the kind of thing that people on Twitch won't find fun and interesting. And I'll have to talk to Rasby about this off camera, as I told him I would do, over voice chat no less. I said I would do it, and I intend to keep that promise. But I think at the time, I probably just wasn't ready for voice stuff on stream. Oh, nice. Nice silver tier. Ow, that hurts. So, we can use this opportunity to talk about something else for at least a short time. Or longer, if that's what people desire. Also, I have yet to take a break. Well, I have yet to take a second break, let me put it that way. Welcome to the ancient city of Nokron. What lies here in Nokron? Well, it's a city of castouts. With animated silver. These globulin masses of, like, animated silver can transform into copies of various enemies or yourself even, and proceed to like deal a whole bunch of piercing damage to you. These things are interesting. I was very taken aback when I made my first foray into this place. Oh, nope. So there's still slimes. Good to know. Good to know. So they can still fall on top of you and, you know, splatter your brains everywhere. God, that would be a horrid way to die. Just have liquid silver or quicksilver flooding your face, and then when you think you can't breathe or you've gotten a stranglehold on how to breathe, you die. Do you think there is a chance that you would become an atheist again if someone gives you good enough arguments? Probably not, no. Because here's the thing. I was an atheist, and I was also a nihilist at the time. I was a very unhappy teenager. I kind of thought there wasn't any reason for living. I just kind of existed. Was kind of there. My time on my senior project, actually, of all things, I really learned... I began to value life more. Because there were people who were genuinely having fun, taking the worship seriously, who took their faith seriously, and I learned from that. And I used it to be a better person. I would have to be given some sort of revelatory idea. I would have to be shown proof that the Lord does not exist. Because if that proof could be made manifest, then I would probably say, okay, you've shown me the proof. Of course, therein lies the problem. Again, we go back to the same two different people can look at the same object or the same idea and get two totally different interpretations of it. I would have to be shown something so dramatically profound that it breaks my worldview. And the same would be true of... I would argue the same would be true of any faith or atheism itself. If you were shown irrefutable proof that the Lord exists, or, you know, some deity exists, what would that do to you? And I'm not saying you're necessarily atheist. I'm using you as the construction for how to frame the argument. If you found yourself with the irrefutable proof that deities do exist, what would you do with that knowledge? Would it change your life? Would you live in fear? Would you find that deity and cling to it in hopes of gaining favor and power? Or would you simply admire it as as a mortal being in comparison to an immortal, or supposedly an immortal being? Those are fun things to think about. Because if the Lord were real, or if not, not if the Lord were real. If the Lord made himself manifest in a way that was irrefutable, no one could say, oh, it's a fabrication, oh, it's a projector, or something like that. If someone found a way by not fooling the human senses, or not someone find a way, but if everyone were presented with the same intangible proof, I think that would shatter human society. Break it. Absolutely break it. Because there are people whose whole existence is predicated on nothing existing, nothing being the truth. That when we die, our bodies simply disintegrate into the earth, and life goes on in the natural cycle without another stream of memory, some continuation of consciousness as being the truth. I think people would break if that were the truth. I also think some people who, if we were presented with irrefutable proof that no deities exist and they're all just fabrications of the human mind, many people who are religious and spiritual would break. There are people whose whole lives are predicated on requiring proof or believing in the gods, that deities do exist, they are real, and they have a real, if non-appreciable, impact on someone's life, whether it just be as a, you know, directing someone's force of personality, or you know, they legitimately believe that some things that meteorology instruments can't detect are proof enough that the gods exist. That the unexplainable is proof that the gods exist. I know, you intended this as like a last quick question, but this was... There's a lot to unpack with that question. There really is. But I would... with your question, I would say... probably not. Not in my lifetime. And as far as my spirit is concerned, that's a whole different subject at hand now, isn't it? It's something that is explored quite readily in media, literature, books, movies, games. We constantly explore these things, and redefine them, retell them over and over again, because they're questions that we can't get an answer to. Or not that specific question, but like, do the gods exist? Are they real? Or because, and the reason I say gods and not God is because the Bible even states that thou shalt not worship no other gods before me. There are other gods. Those who believe in the Bible, or believe in the beliefs set forth in the Bible, have to believe there are other gods as well. They're just not allowed to worship them. And it's easiest when you don't even think about those other gods, because you are taken, so to speak, ineligible to be another god's follower. It's really interesting stuff. If I ever got to a comfortable place in my life, I might possibly be... I've told this to myself, if I ever retire, like I have a real job and I get to retire from it, I will become a pastor. That is something I feel strongly about. because I will have the opportunity to explain the religious texts in a way that no other person can explain them. I really do think that my outlook on this is profound. Not saying it to be a haughty, brave person, but I think if you were to sample 100 to 500 Christian individuals, you would scarcely find an individual like myself. And again, that's not me being haughty. That's me genuinely thinking that my outlook is infrequent, not unique, but not exactly shared either. So these guys are kind of especially dangerous because they, as we've just seen while in the process of talking about other stuff, they gave us frostbite. These guys are dangerous. And of course, when you're frostbitten, you take more damage from a lot of stuff. Look at these arrows. They're just kind of there. They're just kind of there. And they do sort of lose their glow after a while. Also, the Nokron is home to a dozen different pits. Different places for you to fall and die. It's easy to die here. But before I continue onward, I need to take a break because nature is calling and I must answer her. Bathroom time, basically. Feel free to stretch, get a drink, have a snack. I'd hate to like take an 8-minute break in the process of this portion of the stream when we're right at the end, but if I don't take it now, I'm never going to be able to. However, normally I would put a 3-minute ad, but because it's so late when we're taking this break, I'm only going to give you a 90-second ad. Just kidding. But I am going to give you 90 seconds. Actually, you know what? No. I'm going to give you guys a 30-second ad, and I guess I'll try to be back sometime quickly then, with like within the next 5 minutes. So feel free to stretch for at least that long. You'll at least not miss anything for those 30 seconds. And with that, I'll see you guys back after this break. Sorry about that. I am back. And it took me about 5 minutes. My apologies. Nature had a longer call than I anticipated. So, here's a engagement question I can ask. And I already know the answer on this from at least one person, but what do you guys think about these sorts of heavier discussions? I do say, and I go through the pains of saying, hey, this is not a normal streaming channel. We don't just talk about happy-go-lucky vibes. Like, yeah, good vibes are important, but human beings have a depth of emotions and have curiosities that don't depend on those emotions either. Being able to talk about stuff like, does God or do the gods exist? Are they real, and why should you believe in them? Those are all fantastic talking questions. One that I could spend hours on, honestly. But that doesn't exactly make for good streaming material either. Well, I should say good streaming material. It's more like talking about religion and spirituality and history or politics or philosophy are double-edged swords. If that isn't something you're known for on the channel or as a channel, then you probably shouldn't be talking about it. But I like to think of myself as a person who... I liked how you were guarding, then you stopped guarding. Really strange. Anyway. I don't want to just be a channel known for... I don't want an engagement farm. Let me put it that way. I'm not a person who wants to talk to people... Like, if I'm talked to on Twitter, I will respond. I will, and if you DM me on Twitter, I will also respond. If you talk to me on Discord, I will also respond. If you talk to me here or on YouTube, I will respond. But I'm not a person who goes out and looks for engagement. I admittedly, I do have to ask engagement questions because sometimes I can feel like a rambling individual, and I want to remind people that this is a room, that this is time you're spending with us, and this isn't a one-way relationship. I get as much out of our time together as you put in. The more you put in, the more we get together. But sometimes, as a streamer, you do have to recognize that people, or just don't feel like putting anything in. So you have to try to put something into the system anyway. But I'm not a person who... I don't want to say, like, do 15 Twitter polls in a day and say, like, this is how I think. This is what I feel. What do you guys think about this or that? I am in contacts with a person on Twitter who is like this. And Twitch is something they want to do as a full-time job. And to that, a certain amount of engagement farming is required. But it's exhausting to constantly try to think about like the health of the stream all the time. It is exhausting to think about that and say, well, people don't like X subject or Y subject or whatever. I want to be the type of channel where you can talk about these things. And my job will be to cultivate a safe environment for that. If the questions were way more hostile, which they weren't hostile, but if they were phrased in a hostile manner, I might have had a different response. And it wouldn't have been because I can deal with hostile questions. I've been hostilely questioned a number of times in my life. You get used to it if you're a neurodivergent individual. You get used to it a lot. But if I'm wanting to cultivate a good environment for discussing these things, I can't permit people who construct questions in bad faith, who don't want to be here, or who want to mess up those kinds of conversations because they think they shouldn't be on any platform anywhere. Censoring people, telling them what to do, and things they can or can't say is a good way to make an enemy out of them. It really is. People will do a lot of things for a collective, but people don't want to be silenced. And that means we have to test the waters. As a channel, we have to be willing to navigate these difficult subjects. And be willing to talk about them. And if we can do so safely, we'll all grow together as human beings and as people. And really, that's the service I want to provide on Twitch, is the ability for us to grow together. And understand the world isn't just the stuff you see, the things that people say. Well, I suppose the world is made up of stuff people say. The current events, the real world, and human phenomena. But it's also about being metacritical and understanding that, yes, all those things do occur and are talked about, but you shouldn't just exist in them. You should think about them. You should try to understand your place within that system. And then, if the place ain't a good one, rise above it. Better the system. Make a better system. All of that fun stuff. And sometimes that means pain. Discussing stuff can be painful. And if you want to make a conversation safe, you have to minimize the pain. And try not to talk about it if it makes people uncomfortable. I imagine as I get more of a viewership, it will. I can't imagine a scenario where it won't happen. Just it might take a really long time. There will be people who don't want to discuss those things, and when we see that happening, we have to respect that. This is why I'm cultivating a Discord, or a Discord again, I should say, so that we can do exactly that. There will be a space to talk about those things. Because we are surrounded by corporate and public interests. We can't always just talk about that stuff on air. It'll make people uncomfortable on net average and hostile at the worst of times. I'm not saying that to reprimand anyone, it's just an observation. Like, I'm observing that people are upset, irritable, and uncomfortable when we do discuss those things. Granted, there is only one person in chat, and that person was not uncomfortable. But perhaps the reason people might lurk is because there is some uncomfortability in discussing that stuff. And there would be no way to know because they already lurk. So it's just something I want us to bear in mind. You really want to be able to do that stuff freely? Not saying we can't do it here. Although that might change eventually. As the size of the channel changes. But if you want to do that more freely, opting into the Discord, which you can do for as low as $1 a month, through Patreon, which I have set up. I'll be forwarding the link once it's completely fixed. Or when I get the coffee donation set up, you know, people can donate to get in. I also want to make it possible for people to plug in a certain number of bits and be able to do that without subscriptions. Sometimes it's easier to make a one-time purchase to get into a community than it is to make recurring monthly payments. I understand that. I'm a person who's going to have to be making 1,000 or less stretch over the course of 8 months, or 6 months, excuse me, which doesn't seem so bad, But if you gotta eat on that kind of money, you're gonna be going cheap on the things you spend money on. Or, you'll burn through it quickly and then be suffering. Makes sense. Sometimes even small things can trigger someone in a bad way. Maybe because they had a bad event related to that subject, or just because they had a bad day. Exactly. I'm glad that makes sense to you. And I'm glad I said it in a way that does make sense. Again, I know I am the kind of individual that can ramble on and on. I've been asked to shut up several times because I'm that much of a prolific gabber. I will talk someone's head off if they allow me to. But sometimes in the process of ambling, I get to dragging on and on about a particular subject and not really making any sense. Speaking something of a word salad, I guess. So I'm grateful that you've reached an understanding out of what we've talked about. I can also just be an intense person to talk to. I've been told that a number of times myself. So I would be inclined to believe that I am an intense person when people are talking to me. I am the sort of person that I'm easy to talk with, but I'm hard to get to know. We talked about something pretty deep over the course of the past hour. That being the subject of spirituality and whether or not the gods exist or people should believe in them. I blanked on what I was going to say. Right. We spent an hour talking about some intense stuff. But people are no closer to knowing who I am in terms of my interests and in terms of things I directly say than any time before that conversation. I like my favorite colors or what I like to eat or like getting to know what makes a person tick in a more personal way. That's what I mean. Like, there are a few people who know what my favorite color is. There are a few people who know. I've commented about the things I like to eat, so that's a bad example, but there are people who maybe don't have a good intuitive grasp of the things I do like. And random strangers can't have a good grasp of that stuff. They're strangers. Like, you could talk to a stranger and make them less strange, but that's just it. When you share those things with people, they become less strange. They could still feel strange, but they will become less strange. Just by virtue of getting to know them. And I don't do that often. So I'm a person that can be hard to get to know. Which makes me a somewhat intense individual. I've been told that. I actually forget what the names of these creatures are. They look like some kind of husk, but I don't know if they're anything particular. These things are kind of creepy, though. They look like they're the people who were cast down and have been living in a city with no sun for a long time. Kind of like the Falmer in Elder Scrolls, where the Falmer grew to be blind because they were blindfolded for so long that when they were bred for servitude by the dwarves that imprisoned them, or excuse me, the Dwemer who imprisoned them, they eventually just grew a membrane over their eyes. And they probably don't even have eyes anymore. These things are kind of creepy, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And they have that sinewy skin dead-like color. I would love to know what these things are called. If only because I have a burning question. I have burning questions about them. Maybe the new item can help us. Spirit flame arrows. So, spirit flame arrows. Arrows set alight with ghost flame before firing. Deals magic damage while also afflicting foes with frost. Used by the company The Fallen Hawk. Once ordered to explore the Eternal City. So maybe these were people who were once part of Lanedell, or given where we are in the overworld, people who were once part of Stormvale. There is like an order that was meant to excavate and scout the area and bring that information back to command, back to Stormvale, which actually makes sense because there were people here who have spears and great shields, who have bows, which some of the soldiers did, and some of them have swords. Some of them have swords that they swing in a 1.5-handed fashion, like they're bastard swords. So maybe these were once soldiers from that kingdom, which would make them relatives of... Yeah, you can even see the shields. The emblazonment on this shield, we have a shield just like it. The inverted hawk eater shield. And here it says, the inverted hawk is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. Ah, so we have more. They were part of a regiment of slaves ordered to explore the Forbidden City. And at some part of all that, they became changed. They died and became undeath itself. Well, as much as I would like to keep exploring the area, we do have to call it quits for the time being. It is about to be 5, and, well, we could keep going until 5. I do have a bit of a tight timer today. I'm expected to be going out to dinner within an hour, possibly. So I need to be suited up and ready to go. Notice I don't have a face cam on, so I'm in, sweats and a t-shirt. So I have to go get changed. But I wanted to seriously thank you guys for stopping by and interacting today. I really do appreciate it. It's been fun. The topics of conversation have been serious. My throat is really dry. But I am more than happy to do this for you guys anytime. So what I'll do is I'll give a couple of shout outs for people to go check out. If you want something that's kind of adjacent to Neo or Sekiro, go check out Lobos Jr. They are currently playing Wolong Fallen Dynasty. I've heard pretty good things about it. I just wish I could afford it. Make sure I'm about to shout out the game and not the entity. Additionally, if you guys like, I'm trying to think. If you guys want more of a really broad live audience, granted, Lobos is 1.6K, so if you want like a smaller stream, I guess, go check out I Ate Your Pie. He's currently doing a special for a lot of old retro platformers, and the one he's playing is Donkey Kong 64, a pretty infamous platformer that's kind of known for falling flat on its face. Let me just make sure I'm spelling this right. Okay. Yeah, so I've done the shout out. Thank you guys again so much. If you like the content, please leave a follow. Make sure your notifications are turned on. And if you follow, you get 2 sweet emotes. A top hat and a smile. I'll flash it again for you. courtesy of Amelia Harper, of course. Great emotes, all around. I have been holding a gift sub, so what I'm going to do is go, let's see, I don't want to do that when I click on this person. Let's gift a sub. Alright, we're gonna gift a subscription. And I do roll for these randomly. It is not the 15th of the month yet. We have 10 days before I roll for this. So I'm just kind of keeping a tally of people I've yet to gift the sub to. If I see them and they still happen to be around, I will totally gift that to them. Let me make sure I've got this available. Pay with this. So I'm just going to crunch in some information. I have to go get an object. I will be right back. Hang tight. Also, I'm about to do something stupid. Several stupid things. The controller was about to, fall off. So, I currently can't see chat because some information is obscuring my view of it. So, give me just a moment. Yes, I know all that. Okay, so I'm looking at the payment. I'll have to figure out the problem with this. No, I didn't want to close that. Okay, it did in fact load that, so I will handle this off camera, but my intention was to gift a sub today. Again, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Next time on the stream, we'll be continuing our last stretch toward finally putting Blasphemous behind us. We have one more penitence to complete, and then I might show off the True Torment mode, and which is a boss rush. I might show it off once or twice, and then we'll be done. We can start playing Elden Ring on Wednesdays, or we can find another game. I'm open to input on this, although my intention is to make a second day for Elden Ring, because I'd like to get through it faster. But thank you guys. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You could call me any of those three things. And with that, I will see you guys next time. Take care, and bye-bye. You're always welcome in my halls, anytime.